Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Mighty God, today bless our senators. Let your word be a lamp for their feet and a light for their path, so they do not walk in darkness or in haste. Lord, shape their desires to match your purposes. Where they are anxious, bring peace. Where they are weak, bring strength. Where they are uncertain, bring clarity. Grant them wisdom that is not merely human insight, but discernment that comes from above. Guard them from pride that blinds and pressure that distorts. Help them to seek truth over convenience, justice over comfort, and peace over war. We pray in your precious name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The leadership time is reserved under the previous order. Senator from Iowa.
The United States-Mexico-Canadian agreement has been in force for 6 years. It's scheduled for review and renewal, I hope, now, and that process is going on. I've been here 2 or 3 times this year to discuss the importance of continuing the Mexico-Canadian agreement with the United States. This week, delegates from Mexico will be meeting with U.S. trade officials to discuss leveling the playing field in agriculture under the USMCA. I'd like to discuss some specific issues that affect the country nationally, but also affecting my state of Iowa. In July of last year, the United States ended the tomato suspension agreement with Mexico. In direct response, the Mexican government launched an investigation into the American pork industry. Affecting the state of Iowa. It has opened the door to the issue of seasonality of fresh produce. This issue stretches way Iowa, where covered produce growers have been negatively impacted by the end of the tomato the USDA meeting on agriculture take place and impact of Mexico's investigation of the U.S. pork industry. This is particularly important for my in the entire country, and Mexico is the #1 export market for American pork, with over $22 billion in exports last year alone. These issues must be resolved quickly for farmers who rely on this important market. On renewing it, and I think it should be renewed. It's a big deal for all three countries, and it's a particularly big deal for American agriculture. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on Thursday, President Trump nominated Jay Clayton, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to be the Director of National Intelligence. He has an impressive resume with experience in both the public sector and the private sector. And he has a kind of skill set necessary for managing issues as complex and varied as those faced by the Director of National Intelligence. And for some perspective from the other side of the aisle, the Democrat Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee noted on Thursday, and I quote, "I have known and respected Jay Clayton for many years and believe he is a capable public servant," end quote. Mr. President, Republicans here in the Senate have built a record of acting quickly on the President's nominees, and we're going to do the same with Mr. Clayton. The Senate Intelligence Committee has already announced that it will hold a hearing on Mr. Clayton's nomination this week. And once he is approved by the committee, it is my intention to bring his nomination to the floor very quickly. And I hope we will have bipartisan support for making that happen. Mr. President, while we didn't know exactly when it would arrive, we knew a nomination like Mr. Clayton's was coming. How? Because the President made it very clear that his choice of Bill Pulte for acting Director of National Intelligence was a temporary pick. Despite this, Democrats decided to hold Section 702 of FISA hostage over Mr. Pulte's temporary short-term appointment. And thanks to their decision, as of Friday, this program authorization has lapsed. What does that mean, Mr. President? It means the nation is currently operating without the full capacity of its most critical intelligence gathering tool. Let that sink in for just a minute. Thanks to Democrats' actions, the nation is currently operating without the full capacity of its most critical intelligence gathering tool, all over a short-term, temporary presidential appointment. Mr. President, you certainly don't have to take my word for it on the importance of the 702 program to the security of our nation. Let me just read a few quotes from my Democrat colleagues last time we were in danger of having the program authorization lapse. This was from the Democrat leader, and I quote, "This very important tool for ensuring our national security is going to lapse, and that would be unacceptable," end quote. From the senior Democrat from Delaware, and I quote again, "This program is critical to the security of our nation, and we could not permit it to lapse," end quote. From the senior Democrat from New Mexico, and I quote again, "As a member of the Intelligence Committee, I've learned the vital role that FISA's Section 702 authority plays in bolstering our nation's ability to effectively fight terrorism, disrupt foreign cyber attacks, impede drug trafficking, and protect U.S. troops. For our national security and the safety of the American people, it is simply too important of a tool to let it expire," end quote. Well, Mr. President, just last week, the Democrat Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee called Section 702, and I quote again, "one of the most important intelligence tools that we have," end quote. And yet, despite all this, Mr. President, despite my Democrat colleagues' clear awareness and acknowledgement of the importance of this program, they voted to let the authorization for this program lapse. And what are the consequences of that will be? We cannot fully predict. We do know information secured through this program has been repeatedly used to help protect our nation and American lives from a range of threats, from fentanyl to cyber attacks to terrorism. And that information from this program is used on a near daily basis by those entrusted with the defense of our country. The Democrat Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee has himself referred to the suspension of FISA as, and I quote again, "a high-risk proposition," end quote. So, Mr. President, while we can't know the consequences of Democrats' decision to allow Section 702 authorization to lapse, we do know it is almost certainly putting our nation at greater risk. And I hope and pray that my Democrat colleagues will rethink their decision to take this program hostage and to restore this key safeguard of our country's security. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks. We are.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just left a rally across the street. There are probably 200 young people there. And it was a rally because today is the 14th anniversary of the creation of something called DACA. The story behind it is worth repeating. It was more than 21 years ago that I introduced a bill called the DREAM Act. The DREAM Act said if you were a child, infant, toddler, young child, brought to this country by your parents, you ought to deserve a chance, you deserve a chance to aspire to become a citizen of the United States. But it's a path that you have to fight and walk down personally. Introduced the DREAM Act, called it on the floor of the Senate several times over the last 20 years. I've gotten a majority vote, but I never could hit that magic number of 60 at the right moment. There came a time when a new senator came to this chamber to join me in Illinois with an unusual name, Barack Obama. He was my colleague, my junior senator, and he was a co-sponsor of the DREAM Act, which I just described to you. The time came in 2008 when he was elected President of the United States. I'd hoped with his leadership and help we could finally pass the DREAM Act. But fate didn't give us that opportunity. There came a time when I realized I had to appeal to him personally to help us with these young people so that they wouldn't be deported. And he did. I wrote a letter with Richard Lugar, Republican senator from Indiana, to President Obama, and on a bipartisan basis, we asked him to do something by executive order to protect these young children from being deported. He created DACA, and the DACA program was very straightforward. By executive order, if you were one of those people brought to the United States as a child, and you were living in this country and had no strikes against you, anything serious, you ought to deserve a chance to work without fear of deportation. That's what DACA is. It allows the individuals who qualify to work in this country without fear of being deported. President Obama signed that executive order 14 years ago today. 835,000 individuals are protected by DACA, protected from deportation and arrest. 835,000. Who are they? Teachers, nurses, caregivers. They do a myriad of jobs, but they do them all proud to be part of America. And every 2 years, they have to be examined again to continue with DACA. Every 2 years, they have to pay a $600 filing fee to go through a background check, a criminal background check, to make certain they're no danger to anyone. They have to pass that every 2 years. Now what's happened under President Trump is the worst. What they've done is to shut off this renewal of DACA status for these thousands of people as they become due. And it means that many of them are now being deported by Trump, by President Trump and his administration. I've heard his speeches so many times I can repeat sections of it. He said he was going to go after the undocumented immigrants in America. He was going after the rapists, the murderers, the terrorists, the criminally insane, and those who prey on our children. Well, that doesn't apply to DACA at all. Each of these individuals have gone through a thorough background check, a criminal background check, and they don't have anything like that in their background. If something terrible should occur involving them, I'd be the first to say they have to be forced out of this country and leave. But for those who were brought here as children, who really want to be part of our future, this is their only chance. So I left a rally across the street in the shadow of the Capitol, hundreds of DACA recipients who were asking for protection to continue, which they believe that they were entitled to under the law. The courts, the federal courts, have ordered this administration to start renewing DACA applications. The administration ignores them and doesn't do it. That to me is wrong, just plain wrong. When you think that these kids grew up in America, went to their classroom every day and pledged allegiance to that flag, believing they were part of this great nation, you must believe, as I do, that they deserve a chance to prove it. Many of them are doing it to this day. So, Mr. President, there'll be several other of my colleagues join me on the floor a little later this afternoon to talk about DACA. but this is an important program for over 800,000 individuals who are critically important to America's future. And I hope that we can find a way in our hearts to realize they are not the worst of the worst. In many cases, they are the best of the best. All they're asking for is a chance to be part of America's future. Mr. President, on a separate topic, over the weekend we learned the United States and Iran had reached a preliminary deal to end the current conflict. While I'm glad that we might be seeing an end to hostilities, I'm deeply concerned about what might be in that agreement. What was announced was not only an end to the fighting, Iran's stranglehold over the Straits of Hormuz and the U.S. blockade, moves that return us to the status quo before the president's invasion of Iran over 100 days ago. In fact, after months of being promised an imminent deal by President Trump, the current loose framework stunningly avoids critical issues related to Iran's nuclear program. Don't you remember that was the reason he gave for invading this country? And from what was being reported, the terms and sanctions of release sound very similar to an agreement which was reached by President Obama and the Iranian people before the election of Donald Trump, the JCPOA. Let me be clear. Iran and its proxies and its nuclear program are all threats to the United States and its allies. But did we really start a war to return to the same deal President Trump abandoned during his first term as president? Is that it? Now, I've heard my colleagues lament the Obama-era deal as weak and ineffective compared to what President Trump is negotiating. Let's be clear on the key points from that Obama agreement. It severely restricted Iran's enrichment capabilities, notably extending nuclear weapons breakout time. It also included some of the most intrusive inspections ever agreed to, international inspections of Iran during the Obama administration. In fact, I hosted the IAEA Director General a number of times in my office, sat across from him and asked him point blank, are there any doors locked? Are there any doors blocked that you can't get into to find out what's going on? He said, no. Every time we identify anything like that, they open the doors. Inspections, though difficult, were working. The deal included the backing of the P5+1 nations under President Obama. He didn't go it alone, as President Trump did in his invasion of Iraq. The nations that joined in supporting the JCPOA of President Obama included, of all things, Russia and China. Today, we stand alone in our negotiations with Iran. And then the Obama agreement included a specific wording which said, Iran reaffirms that under no circumstances will Iran ever seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons. I was watching one of the television shows yesterday, and one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle obviously missed this point. He said there was no guarantee in terms of nuclear weapons in Iran. Well, there's never a guarantee, but there was a pledge and a promise, enforceable one, and enforceable inspection. It sounds to me under the best case scenario in which all enriched uranium, the most dangerous of which was developed under Trump after he withdrew from JCPOA, is removed from Iran. We are simply moving toward the same type of agreement all over again at a cost of billions of dollars to the American taxpayer. I sure hope my Republican colleagues who so loudly objected to JCPOA will scrutinize Trump's deal with the same zeal. And then we have just that opportunity because we passed a measure back during the early Obama negotiations called the Iran Nuclear Review Act. Several senators joined in that effort, and one, Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, still serves in this body. This was bipartisan legislation passed overwhelmingly in 2015, which will apply to any new agreement with Iran. The law requires the administration to submit to Congress within 5 days any agreement with Iran over its nuclear program, after which the Foreign Relations Committees will hold hearings, and then Congress can vote to approve or disapprove the deal. So I look forward to a close look at what final deal looks like. And if predicted it is similar to what Trump abandoned, we have to ask ourselves if this war was really worth the American lives and cost in American service. Mr. President, on a separate issue, the Senate will soon vote on the confirmation of one of the President's personal attorneys to the Federal Appellate Court. If it sounds familiar, it's because we've seen it before. Last summer, the Senate confirmed another of the president's personal attorneys, Emil Bove, to be on the Third Circuit. It was previously unheard of for a president to do anything like this, but those rules are out the window. That is why the president nominated Todd Blanche, who represented him in cases that were filed against him, to serve as the next Attorney General. And that's why President Trump nominated Justin Smith, who is currently representing him in civil cases brought by E. Jean Carroll. Ms. Carroll is one of dozens of women who have come forward to credibly accuse the president of sexual assault. In Ms. Carroll's lawsuits, juries found President Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation, awarding Ms. Carroll nearly $90 million in damages, and that is being appealed. I ask that the remainder of my statement be placed in the record, but this kind of conflict of interest raises serious questions. These are by and large, lifetime appointments to federal judgeships, lifetime appointments which have to be given to people who've been carefully scrutinized. We have not done that when it comes to Mr. Smith. We can do better. I yield the floor. Would you like a copy? No. It's good.
Madam President,
We're in a quorum. Oh, we're not in a quorum. The Democratic leader.
thank you. Madam President, Senate Democrats have been unwavering in calling for an immediate end to Trump's war with Iran, and we will continue to do so until his blunder is well and truly over. For more than 100 days, I have come to this floor to denounce Trump's reckless and dangerous Iran war and demand its end. Now, it's been nearly 24 hours since Trump announced there was a potential deal with Iran, and we still don't know the details. We've been told dozens of times that this war is over, and dozens of times we have been disappointed. There have been divergent statements from a variety of people in the administration. In these high-stakes negotiations, the devil is in the details, but Trump hasn't even revealed the text of his, quote, understanding, unquote, with Iran. The American people need to know exactly what's in the deal. Trump must brief Congress and the public on the details of his understanding with Iran immediately and end this war once and for all. Instead, Americans still have more questions than answers. Will our troops remain in harm's way? How does Trump plan to achieve any of the stated goals of his reckless war? What is the plan for the proposed, quote, 60 days of negotiations, unquote? There are still many unknowns about Trump's negotiations with Iran, but we know this for certain. We are worse off than before Trump began this foolish war of choice. The Iranian regime is more radical than before Trump began his war. Iran has more control over the Strait of Hormuz today than before the war began. Gasoline prices are still dramatically higher than before the war and will remain so for a long time. Americans are scratching their heads wondering what we've accomplished in Iran. Make no mistake, the longer this war drags on, the worse all of this will get. The biggest question Americans had at the beginning of this war was what would Donald Trump get out of it and at what cost? But Trump answered that question. Thus far, nothing, and at an enormous cost. Now on Pulte and FISA and the SAVE Act. Senate Democrats have made it clear that however long Trump wants Bill Pulte to serve as acting director of national intelligence is too long. Every minute Pulte spends as DNI is a minute he could spend undermining our national security and politicizing our intelligence community. No one wants his eyes or hands on this document given his recklessness, his attack dog stance whenever it comes to Trump. The 18 U.S. intelligence agencies are simply too important to entrust to someone as inexperienced, as blindly loyal to Trump, and as blind to facts as Bill Pulte. And that is not what we need in a DNI. Trump's absurd demand to tie his radical SAVE Act, restricting Americans' voting rights to FISA, is also deeply reckless and demonstrates his true motives. The SAVE Act is perhaps the most vicious piece of anti-voting rights legislation Trump has ever come up with. And it will not pass, and it will not save FISA, Donald Trump. Once again, Trump proves he has no problem undermining Americans' national security if he thinks it will help him politically. The Make More in America Act. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that the American people pay the price when wars, pandemics, and other shocks disrupt America's supply chains. Today, I led Senate Democrats in introducing the Make More in America Act, which will invest in American manufacturing to create jobs, lower costs, strengthen our national security, and build a more resilient economy. The Make More in America Act is going to help us face the challenges that China and other countries present, and we should move it as quickly as we can. If the United States is going to continue to outcompete China, we need to make sure that the technologies that will define the 21st century economy are made in American factories by American workers. The United States Export-Import Bank has long helped American businesses stay competitive, and our bill would empower the Ex-Im Bank to provide even more support to building here at home the industries critical to our economy and our national security. From COVID-19 to Trump's disastrous war with Iran to China weaponizing our reliance on them for certain products, America cannot afford to depend on the unreliable when the security and prosperity of our people are at stake. Our bill would rebuild American manufacturing, strengthen our supply chains to lower costs, and give us an edge over the Chinese Communist Party, all of which should be bipartisan priorities. If for the good of the country, we can and must make progress on these issues as we reauthorize the Export-Import Bank this year. Trump's Eighth Circuit nominee. With his nomination of Justin Smith to the Eighth Circuit Court, Donald Trump continues to stack our courts with judges whose only qualification is their complete loyalty to him and his extreme far-right agenda. Smith checks all of Trump's boxes. Smith currently serves as Trump's lead counsel in his case against E. Jean Carroll, who received $90 million after juries found Trump liable for sexually assaulting and defaming her. Smith also helped prepare Trump's lead counsel for the Supreme Court case to grant the president absolute immunity to break the law. A longtime Republican operative, Smith once wrote in 2007 that abortion is murder, gay marriage is a sin, and on these principles of our party there must be no equivocation. In keeping with Trump's efforts to undermine America's elections, Trump also supported efforts to challenge the results of the 2020 election. Trump's nomination of Smith to the Eighth Circuit is part of his effort to undermine the rights of American people and to turn our justice system into a rubber stamp for his egregious crimes. I strongly urge a no vote for my colleagues.
President. The senator from Alaska.
Are we under a quorum call?
No, ma'am, we're not.
Madam President, like so many of us here in the Senate and really across the country, I think we've all been watching the news this weekend to see whether or not we would have an announcement from the Trump administration on a possible agreement to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, ensure that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon, among other objectives. I think the news this morning is promising, and we're all waiting to see what the contours of that agreement will be. We can debate the way the administration started this war, but I certainly stand here today genuinely wishing the administration all the best in ending this on favorable terms. It would clearly be good for the region. It would be good for the world if the Iranian regime stops funding terror and permanently abandons its nuclear ambitions. I think we can all agree to that. And yes, and while there appears to be an agreement, a final agreement, we haven't seen it yet. We want to have a good deal from the U.S. perspective. We're going to learn more this week, and as we do that, I hope that things will begin to reopen, and that we'll be able to stave off what has been rapidly approaching in our energy markets, and that's what I want to speak to more directly today. We know the basics here. All across the country, people and businesses are just paying a lot more for fuel. We've seen the prices go down a little bit today. That's good news. But the fact of the matter is we've all felt the impact from rising prices. The price of oil went up substantially during the war, so it's the price of gasoline, it's the price of diesel, of kerosene, of avgas, and other fuels as well. And that's taking a toll. It's simply more expensive to drive, it's more expensive to fly, to buy groceries. According to one estimate, the average American household has paid nearly $400 more for fuel since the start of the conflict. And as tough as that all is, and it has been very hard for many families, but it's also been somewhat tempered. For the past couple months, we've been emptying ships with fuel that had already transited the Strait of Hormuz. Some regional flows have been rerouted to bypasses. That has been good in terms of getting product out there. Some producers, particularly here in the United States, have clearly stepped up their production, and we have seen how that has been able to soften things. China has reduced its imports. Refiners have adjusted their runs. So there's been a lot that's been going on that has been really trying to work to soften this impact. We've also tapped into commercial stocks and our emergency reserves through the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And we've benefited from some sound policies that this country has put in place. It was not too many years ago that I was very proud to be able to lead the effort to lift the ban on crude oil exports, which, as we have seen, that has greatly stabilized the markets here. So far, we have avoided the energy crisis that many thought inevitable after so much global supply went offline. But I don't think that we're out of the woods yet. Global oil inventories are now dangerously low, and many in industry are sounding the alarm. And they're telling us things like we're running out of runway here, that we've depleted our buffers and our shock absorbers, that inventories have declined to levels not seen for 40 years plus, and once no cushion is left, it's just really hard. It's hard to keep those prices down when you don't have the absorber here. And I hope that we're going to be able to avoid that, absolutely, because the consequences could be catastrophic in some places. As a senator for Alaska, I am keenly aware that even if most of the country is able to avoid the worst, there are some who won't be able to escape it. In fact, some are already living through it. And they're living in my home state right now. in communities like Ambler and Galena and Mountain Village. And what they're seeing is an impact of these rising prices that unfortunately are high now, but it's really hard for them to see relief in sight. Even if the Strait of Hormuz fully opens this week, even if regional production and shipping come back much faster than projected, these Alaskan in these communities and around my state continue to face the repercussions of this war and will for months to come. And it's them that I want to draw attention to, because quite honestly, they need some help. They need and deserve help from every level of government, starting in Alaska and primarily from the state of Alaska, but extending to some reasonable actions that we can take here. So let me explain. How is the war in Iran impacting towns and villages more than 6,000 miles away in Alaska, so much more so than in other places? Because I'm hearing from all my colleagues, everyone's feeling the impact in their communities. So why am I standing here today to say our situation is just a little bit harder, a little bit more challenging now? And why will those impacts continue even after the war is over? So, can't have a discussion about Alaskan communities without putting it in context of the whole. Alaska's big. We all know Alaska is big, 1/5 the size of the United States of America. If you stretch Alaska over the lower 48 states, we will stretch from Florida all the way to these Aleutian Islands, all the way out to California, practically from the Canadian border going south. It's big. And in the midst of all this big geography, we have some 200 isolated communities around the state, 20% of our total population that are not connected by road system. So all these that you're seeing here, all around the outline and the perimeter of the state, all the way up to the North Slope, all that not connected by road, right? And down here in the section of the state where I grew up, this is all islanded, so nobody's connected by road there. So you've got the Panhandle, the Aleutian, and all of your coastline here that's not connected by road. And so they are supplied by way of boats and planes to bring in the goods, to bring in the food, the medical supplies, their mail, and their fuel, the fuel that they rely on. And so many of these particularly small coastal community, they're diesel-powered generations. So they rely on diesel to be able to keep their lights on. And sometimes they're offset by a little bit of wind, maybe a little bit of solar, but for the most part, many of those communities are diesel-powered. And so they rely on this as their fuel supply. So how do you get your fuel? It's not like you can just call up the fuel barge any time of year, because once you get around here, you run into ice-choked waters all the way up to the top, rivers frozen over. And so in order to deliver the fuel, you have to wait until the ice has moved out. The ice has moved out of the area, melted. And so this is the time of year. It's hotter than the dickens here in Washington, D.C., but back home, the ice has just left a matter of weeks ago to allow for these fuel barges to get up into this region to start resupplying these communities. So effectively what happens is for most of these coastal communities and our river communities, the Kuskokwim coming up here and the Yukon coming up here and going all the way into Canada, for many of those communities, they get their fuel by the barges that come in here. They lighter on, they take them up into smaller barges all the way up to river. So it may be July before they get the fuel. But it's really just started now in June where you see the first fuel delivery. The second delivery is going to come typically in September before freeze-up. And sometimes, in many of the river communities, it's just fuel delivery once a year because the water in the rivers may be low enough that you're not able to make it up all the way. So it's expensive, right? If you've got to haul all this, and I don't have my other map, but you know, the state of Alaska is sitting right up here. We got to go through Canada, we got to go through the Gulf of Alaska, around through the Aleutians to get all the way up. Transportation costs are high. So fuel was expensive even in these communities before the war. So if you think $4 a gallon in Denver is bad, try $9 a gallon in Dillingham. $4 a gallon is bad in New Hampshire, but up here in Nuiqsut, it's about $14 a gallon. And these are prices that I had my interns check just last week. So these are the current prices. These are the current prices before we've had the spring barges coming in. So think about what's happening in these communities. In the hubs, like down here in Bethel or here in Nome or up in Kotzebue, the fuel barges, the spring barges are arriving. And so the fuel prices that I just mentioned, $9 a gallon in Dillingham or $14 in Nuiqsut, those prices are going to go up. We're looking at estimates of perhaps 50% or more. So this is sticker shock. But it's tough enough to see the increase with that spring barge prices coming on. But then keep in mind, this is not just a blip. This is not just a temporary increase. These prices are going to last for months because that's the only way they can buy their fuel. They buy it in bulk, so these shipments have to last them either for the rest of the summer through September, or again, for some, have to last them through the end of the year. So what happens is they're locked into the fuel prices that they have paid in just the past month, 6 weeks, 2 months. They had to lock in at these high prices. So the hubs are facing strains, but costs are going to be even higher for the communities that are upriver or inland from them. And you know, not every situation is going to be the same, but you're probably going to have to add another couple of dollars per gallon for most of those folks that are inland. King Salmon area, right around down in here, you've got a small road that connects you to Naknek. I'm going to be going there in a couple of weeks. You can get groceries at the AC store, but it's a 15-mile drive each way, and fuel's running about $9.11 per gallon. So you think about it. You don't just run off to the store to go get some milk. It's not a cheap commute. In Hooper Bay, up here, where fuel costs almost $10 a gallon, residents are now paying $550 to fill up their fuel tanks. That's going to translate to more than $1,000 a month this winter. And again, even if the oil prices continue to fall, as we've seen just from the news this weekend, and again, that's good, but my fear is that these communities that we're seeing, and I'm talking about, are not going to be able to benefit from it because, again, they had to buy when the prices were high, and they're locked in now. So time just didn't work in their favor. It takes about 3 months from the time of refinery order to deliver in upriver villages. So they couldn't just sit back and say, well, we're just going to wait and see how this all plays out and hope for lower prices, because if they do that, they risk not getting any fuel at all as we get closer to winter, the sea ice returning, and you're locked out. Then the only solution is flying fuel in 50-gallon barrels at a time. That's expensive. So it is hard right now, and we seek to avoid the worst of the worst. But for some communities, this has just been a really hard time. These are small communities. Some don't have the working capital to pay 50% more for their fuel. Again, so some are actually waiting and risking bad outcomes this winter because, again, they just might not be in a position to be able to buy their fuel. Rural Alaska has faced an affordability crisis for some time, so when it suddenly intensifies like this, I don't even know what we call it. But I can tell you this much. If you live in one of these rural towns and villages, you're wondering, how am I going to make it? How am I going to make it? Because this is the time of year where you need to be able to you need to fuel up your skiff to go upriver to go fishing so you can feed your family, because what you can get in the store was expensive before and is now more expensive. You need to be able to go out hunting for caribou, and so to be able to fuel up your four-wheeler. But again, these are challenges that we have faced, and it's not only about food security. You're trying to figure out where else can I cut back, because we've got to have the fuel in order to make it through the winter. None of these places are easy places to live, and particularly in the winter. I got a letter just today, in fact, just a couple hours ago, from one of the leaders from the AVCP region, and she starts off by saying, "It's not too often that I am scared, but today I am." And she speaks to the challenge of higher fuel costs, the concerns that they have with regards to accessing salmon and just being able to provide for their families. And I talk a lot about the rural communities because their situation is just so challenged right now. But it's not just in rural Alaska that we're seeing the concerns. Every Alaskan is feeling it. In Fairbanks, in the interior, where I went to high school, the local utility has just last month announced a new fuel surcharge for customers. It's averaging almost $50, $45.74 a month. Again, that's an add-on to an already high utility bills. These are the issues that emerge when your home state's ability to responsibly produce its resources has been choked off for decades, resulting in a pipeline system that is 1/4 full, less in-state refinery capacity that you would otherwise have, and less space in the budget to build out new energy systems. So my final point today is these folks, these Alaskans, are going to need some help. As I said, most of that should come from the state of Alaska because, in fairness, our budget has benefited from the war. Our state's treasury has been helped because of the higher prices of oil. And I do commend our state legislature. They've already passed legislation to provide a $200 energy rebate to each Alaskan. They've doubled the cap on a bulk fuel revolving loan program. They've appropriated more funding to it. They've made an allocation for school districts to purchase fuel, and they brought back some community assistance programs. So I'm pleased with some of the direction that they've taken there. We're waiting for the governor to sign those measures, but I think there's a possibility that our state legislature could do more in a future special session. And here at the federal level, I think we will have an opportunity to complement their actions to help those hurt most dramatically, most immediately by higher fuel costs. And we can do things within some of the existing programs that we have. We can provide full funding and emergency contingency funding for the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP. We can also appropriate funding for USDA's High Energy Cost Grant programs. The Denali Commission in Alaska administers this. We could look at a new mechanism to provide temporary assistance to those who are grappling with perhaps some of the heaviest of burdens. And we can help, and I want to underscore that. So as this chamber considers an Iran supplemental to replenish missiles, interceptors, radars, drones, the infrastructure that we've lost, I would hope that some of these options might be on the table. Because for some of our fellow Americans, especially those in rural Alaska, the impacts of this war won't end when a peace agreement is signed. It's going to continue long after, making life even more challenging. So I share this with colleagues in an effort to explain some of what we face in a place that many feel is far away and very remote. But I would also suggest that we all have rural places in our states. We all have those communities that are challenged right now. So how we are there for them as they face these matters within their own families, to be there for them is why we're here. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from California.
today marks the 14th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, known across the country as DACA. As a senator from California, home to thousands of Dreamers and DACA recipients, I stand here to acknowledge the enormous impact of DACA, a program that's provided more than 800,000 young people a shot at the American dream, a chance to form families, buy a home, attend college, achieve a career, and pursue their dreams, and a chance to feel safe in the only place they have ever called home. Today, we also reflect on the road ahead as we seek to achieve a permanent solution for Dreamers, a pathway to citizenship. Most Dreamers arrived in the U.S. as children, have grown up in the United States, and spent the vast majority of their lives here. DACA recipients, one of every 4 of whom live in California, are part of the fabric of our communities and essential to our economy. They are interwoven in the very fabric of our society. They are our doctors, our teachers, our nurses, our engineers. They are our neighbors and contribute nearly $17 billion to the U.S. economy annually. They're our family and friends. They want to be our fellow citizens. Despite the relief that this program has provided in the past, hundreds of thousands of Dreamers and DACA recipients live day to day facing an oppressive uncertainty. And they face that for years, living from one court case to the next, one presidential whim to the next. And with each passing anniversary, we're reminded how fragile this lifeline has turned out to be. Because of this administration's draconian immigration policies, thousands of Dreamers and many others are living in a constant state of fear of deportation. Since the program was created, Republicans have tried to strip DACA recipients of their protections, repeatedly attacking the program in the courts, failing to support comprehensive immigration reform, refusing DACA recipients a pathway to citizenship, and creating significant delays in their ability to renew their status and work authorizations. Right now, many DACA recipients are being forced out of their status and losing their jobs through no fault of their own. Under this administration, 261 recipients have been detained. 261 DACA recipients detained, and dozens have been deported. In March, I met with Maria, a DACA recipient from Sacramento. Maria was wrongly detained and deported just 24 hours after what she thought would be a routine immigration appointment. She's lived in the United States for nearly 30 years, and yet even with her DACA protections, she was deported and separated from her daughter, causing enormous pain and fear. She is now back in the United States after a judge ruled her deportation unlawful, but this never should have happened in the first place. Every month I receive alarming letters from constituents concerned that their DACA status is going to be taken away and they'll be separated from their family and friends. Elidio, a DACA recipient from the Bay Area, wrote in a letter to me, "I was recently diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer, and I was inquiring if you can help out with an inquiry on the timetable of the process. My work authorization is set to expire soon, and with it, the prospects of losing my health insurance, which I deeply rely on." His life, his very life, depends on the renewal of his DACA application. Another of my constituents, Ravina from the Inland Empire, wrote to express frustrations and deep concerns with ongoing renewal delays, which have already negatively impacted them. They came to this country as a 1-year-old. Now they're a civil engineer living what they called a dream come true and contributing to California's vital infrastructure and transportation sectors. But that dream has always carried with it the threat of expiration due to processing delays and the uncertainty of the program. Ravina's work permit lapsed due to deliberate delays on the part of this administration. And they're now on mandatory leave and at risk of losing their job entirely. They want to work. They want a stable future. They want, as with all DACA recipients, certainty. Certainty that from one day to another, they will not be forced to leave this country, their home. Another of my constituents, Marco, from the Southern California area, also wrote to me worried about the future. He works for a local health department while going to school to obtain a degree in microbiology. Since he doesn't qualify for federal student aid, he is paying everything out of pocket, working while a student to get by. Without his work authorization, he could lose his job and ultimately be forced to drop out of college. These stories are real. Their constant worry is real. These dreamers just want a permanent fix and a pathway forward. My constituent services team is working diligently to assist DACA recipients with their applications, but we need something more permanent. We need to provide dreamers a pathway to citizenship in this country and ensure that they and their families are not living in limbo, that they have the certainty they need to achieve the American dream. Just recently, Congress voted to give ICE and CBP a budget so astronomical that it rivals the military budget of many industrialized countries, all in the service of a draconian immigration enforcement agenda that is anything but American. And this comes at a time when, instead of addressing our nation's challenges, American taxpayers are being forced to give even more to ICE and Border Patrol agents, more money to fuel a cruel immigration policy and raids that are separating families, more money for an out-of-control federal police force without a modicum of accountability, including agents that have killed American citizens in cold blood, in broad daylight, on video, for exercising their constitutionally protected right of free speech. These agents have broken into homes. They've refused to show their faces or their badges and have ripped children from their parents. If we can afford $70 billion more for these agents, why can't we afford a clear path for dreamers? Why can't we afford to process work applications in a timely way? But of course we can, if there's the will to do it. This administration could start fixing the delays that DACA recipients are facing. This won't just help families across the country, it will also help stabilize the workforce and boost our economy. But Congress itself needs to act as well, because we've failed at every turn to provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. And it's within our power to do so. President Trump once said that he himself believed dreamers needed protection. He once said, "I'd love to be able to do something for them. They should feel safe, but I'd like to be able to do something." That was then. I guess we're living in a very different kind of now. But nevertheless, this body should act. Members on both sides of the aisle should recommit today to work together to find a pathway to preserve, codify, and extend the DACA program and provide all dreamers a real pathway to citizenship. I yield back.
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled vote commence immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration for the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Justin D. Smith of Missouri, to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit.
The question occurs on the nomination. Official second.
For it.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Ms. Kerr. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Ryan. Mr. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Britt, Lee, Marshall, Paul, Scott of Florida, Tillis, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Padilla, Peters, Schiff, Slotkin, and Warner. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Miss Cantwell, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. No. Mr. Gallego? No. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito? Aye. Hyde Smith? Mrs. Hyde Smith? Aye. Mrs. Moody? Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester. No. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. No. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 43, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 760.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Michelle Steele of California to be Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Michelle Steele of California to be Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of Korea, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 763.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, George Holding of North Carolina to be United States Director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of George Holding of North Carolina to be United States Director of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRS 770, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
SRS 770, resolution designating June 6, 2026 as National Naloxone Awareness Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, June the 16th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, that the Senate recess from 12:30 to 2:15 p.m. tomorrow for the weekly conference meetings.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my Democratic colleagues.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, today I want to reflect on a 14th anniversary. It's the 14th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program known as DACA. After years of congressional inaction, in 2010, I wrote a letter to my former Senate colleague, President Barack Obama, co-signed by my late Republican colleague, Senator Richard Lugar of Indiana, asking President Obama to stop the deportation of dreamers. Who are the dreamers? They're kids who came to the United States with their parents. They were infants, toddlers, young boys and girls, maybe even teenagers, but they didn't make the family decision. They got in the car and headed north. They grew up in the United States, never knowing that they were undocumented, didn't have the proper legal identification. When everybody stood up in the classroom and pledged allegiance to that flag, they joined in. That was their flag for their country and their future. And somehow, a little later in life, around their teenage, adolescent years, one of their parents sat down and said, I've got to tell you the grim reality. You are not legally in the United States. You're undocumented. No matter how hard you studied, how many times you pledged your allegiance to that flag, you don't legally belong here. As a consequence, I introduced a bill called the DREAM Act. The DREAM Act basically said, if you keep your nose clean, if you work hard, if you pursue the path the right way, now that you're here, we're not going to hold it against you that you were sitting in the back seat when your mom and dad drove up here. We're going to give you a chance for your future to prove that you're of value to the United States. That was the DREAM Act. I tried to pass it on the floor of the Senate many times. Often I would get a majority vote, but the requirement on the floor would be 60 votes. And I'd fall just short of it. So it was about 14 or 15 years ago that I wrote this letter, co-signed by Senator Richard Lugar, to President Barack Obama. When he was in the Senate, sat over here, he was a co-sponsor of the DREAM Act. So I knew that I had a pretty good audience sending him this letter. I asked him if there's anything as President of the United States of America he could do to protect these young people from being deported. It took a while, took months. There were some fierce negotiations even within his administration. But 14 years ago today, he came up with the DACA program. The DACA program is fairly simple and straightforward. If you want to stay in the United States and legally work, also pay your taxes, if you want to make sure that you're not going to be deported, you come to the government every 2 years and you pay a filing fee of $600. They process you and do an extensive criminal background check. If you pass that check, you can work here for 2 years and then do it all over again. If something happens in the intervening 2 years where you've broken the law with a serious crime, you're gone. Just that simple. No more DACA protection, nothing. So how many young people stepped up? I was surprised. I expected some, but I didn't expect the overwhelming turnout. It was in August of that year that we held a meeting at Navy Pier in Chicago. Congressman Luis Gutierrez and I thought, well, we'll bring in some volunteer immigration attorneys, we'll bring in the notary publics that may be needed, and we'll let these young people, by and large young people, sign up for the DACA program. We were expecting about 500. 20,000 came. 20,000. They stood in line starting at midnight and snaked around the Navy Pier, parents bringing their kids in to finally have a chance to have peace of mind that their son or daughter had a future in the United States. How many altogether across the nation signed up? 835,000. 835,000. They came forward, they received the protection of DACA. And now, who are they? Where are they? They're teaching your kids in the classroom at school. They're the nurses that answered the buzzer when your spouse was in the hospital. They're engineers, small business owners, caregivers. They're taking care of your mom and dad in that nursing home tonight. DACA. These young people grew up in America alongside our own kids. This is the only place they ever called home. DACA recipients with the peace of mind that they go to work have started families, with 37% having U.S. citizen children. 935,000 U.S. citizens live with DACA holders. This program, created because of a letter that Senator Lugar and I sent to President Obama, has reached out and touched the lives of millions of young Americans. DACA recipients pay their taxes. They contribute nearly $16 billion a year to the U.S. economy. Let me highlight the story of one of these DACA recipients, so that you come to know at least one person who's benefited from DACA. I've come to the floor of the Senate many times to tell these stories of dreamers. This is number 152. Her name is Diana Perez. She was born in Mexico City. Diana was brought to this country when she was 7 years old. She grew up in one of the best cities in the world, as far as I'm concerned, a city which has a pretty good baseball team, too. That city, of course, is Chicago, my home state of Illinois. Two pretty good baseball teams. I better be careful. Before Diana obtained DACA, her academic advisor laid out the barriers she'd face, questioning how she would support herself and how she'd be able to afford her education. For young people like Diana, this is a hill to climb and a responsibility that they have to face that many kids don't ever face. She was a determined person. She wasn't going to let anybody discourage her from her goals in life. She cleaned houses, she served coffee to pay her tuition and cover the cost of books. She was so passionate about her education and it being the key to her success, she confronted every barrier head on. Ultimately, Diana graduated with a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in media and communications from Northeastern Illinois University. She's a proud Golden Eagle of that great school. Her experiences in college and graduate school inspired her to fight for the rights of others and combat discrimination. Diana now serves as a community engagement director for the City of Chicago's Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, which is chaired by Alderperson Andre Vasquez of the 40th Ward. Since joining the committee, Diana has collaborated with community partners, nonprofits, and government officials, and she's advocated on behalf of the people of Chicago. I met Diana here in the Capitol in April. She and her colleagues with the Chicago Latino Caucus Foundation traveled to Washington, D.C. Diana explained to me that DACA changed her life. It provided her with the opportunity to pursue the career that she's so passionate about. Her goal is to work in the federal government someday, and wouldn't we all be lucky to have her representing us? Despite multiple court challenges, DACA still survives, and the Trump administration is under court order to resume processing DACA renewals and work permit applications. When they couldn't just stop the program, and they tried in the president's first term, they tried to find some way to slow it down and were challenged in court. They lost in court. The judge ordered them proceed with DACA as written, but they refused to do so. We know that President Trump attempted to eliminate DACA in his first term. Now his administration is stripping away many of the dreamers of their lawful presence and deporting them from the country they grew up in. How does that work? They show up to renew their DACA status, protecting them from deportation and allowing them to work and pay taxes. And someone's waiting at the front door and says, before you sign up, we're going to detain you, question you, and deport you. That's a fact. The data tells the story. In Illinois alone, my office is working on 92 DACA constituent cases as of May of this year. This month, that number has climbed to 145, 50% increase. The Trump administration is gaming the system, not giving people like Diana the opportunity that they're entitled to show up, pay their fee, go through a background check, and have 2 more years of protection. The slow walking of renewals has resulted in many dreamers, individuals who are following every rule, to lose their DACA protection, lose their jobs, and risk deportation through no fault of their own. Additionally, the Justice Department's Board of Immigration Appeals, which has been totally politicized by this administration, recently issued a controversial decision holding that DACA would no longer necessarily protect dreamers from deportation. When President Obama created DACA 14 years ago, some dreamers and their families expressed concern. I heard them. I saw them at the Navy Pier. Why would we possibly give all our personal information about our family to protect our daughter under DACA if that information can be used against our family in later years and deport people in our family? Why should we cooperate? Why should we come out of the shadows? Well, many of us said to them, just follow the law. The law is established by this executive order. Do what you're supposed to do. Pay your $600 fee every 2 years. Go through your criminal background check. Make sure you show up in time to renew your DACA protection. Do those things and you'll be following the law. You'll be fine. We were wrong. The information which these families turned over for DACA applications is now being used to seek them out, detain them, arrest them, and deport them. What a heartbreak. After years of waiting, I think it's long overdue for Congress to honor the Dreamers' patience and persistence, act on our own promises, and provide them with a pathway to citizenship. Only Congress can give Dreamers the stability they crave and deserve. The time to pass the DREAM Act is now. To the Dreamers watching, I say, I'm not going to give up on you. Don't give up on me and don't give up on this Congress. We can do the right thing. I'm going to continue to fight for the Dreamers and continue to fight for DACA. In the face of this administration's actions, Congress must finally act to protect these young people who know no other home than here. This is a matter of simple American fairness and justice. If you could meet Diana or the thousands of others who are taking advantage of DACA to give back to this country, you can understand why this is the right thing to do. I don't believe that we should knowingly accept any dangerous person who wants to come into this country, nor should we allow any dangerous person to continue to stay in this country if they've committed a serious crime and are threatening. They're gone. But for those who were brought here as kids, as children, who became part of America because they fell in love with this country like we all do, and just want a chance to be part of its future, this is not too much to ask. You can be tough on border enforcement. You can be tough on crimes committed by those who are not here legally. I'll join in that effort. But in the meantime, have a heart for those who are really trying their best to make a life in America and make this country a better place. The DACA recipients are just those people. They deserve our help. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator Durbin, for your leadership in fighting for Dreamers. And we are also joined by the senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto, who has done the same. So Senator Durbin, when your DREAM Act finally becomes law, and it will be because of your enduring commitment for all of these years. 14 years ago, the Obama administration acted to protect Dreamers. Since 2012, the DACA bill has helped, the DACA action of the Obama administration has helped roughly 835,000 people have legal protection. For most Dreamers, the United States is the only home they have ever known, that they ever remember. And they live as part of their communities in all ways, just like everyone else, except for the certainty of permanent citizenship. In Minnesota, we are proud to be home to nearly 4,000 DACA recipients who have already passed background checks, paid fees, and met educational requirements so they can stay in the United States and continue to pay taxes and contribute to our communities. Dreamers serve in our military. They keep us safe as police officers in our state. They are teachers and nurses. They run small businesses that power our economy. In my state, one DACA recipient is a medical assembler helping build life-saving devices that reduce the risk of stroke. Another dreamer came to this country when she was just 3 years old. A few years ago, she got her phlebotomy certification from the Mayo Clinic. And now she's providing critical care to patients as a medical technician, all while serving as her family's primary breadwinner. And another dreamer is a driver for special needs kids and a mom of 5 kids, including 2 with urgent medical needs. Another dreamer was just 10 years old when she came to Minnesota from Mexico. She applied for DACA in 2012, just days after USCIS began accepting applications. She earned her degree and has worked with residents in nursing schools and elementary school children. As she said, she finds purpose in helping others. Minnesota is better because of our dreamers, and thousands like them across our state continue to believe in the promise of this nation and work every day to contribute to it. Since its establishment, DACA recipients have contributed an estimated $150 billion to the U.S. economy in spending power and $40 billion in combined federal, payroll, state, and local taxes. In the past, President Trump has talked about working with senators of both parties to protect dreamers who were brought here as children. In December 2024, he said, we have to do something about the dreamers. And the last time Donald Trump was president, we actually had a bipartisan bill led by Senator Rounds, I was part of it, that would have invested in border security while providing a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. In the end, President Trump opposed the bill. And more recently, the Trump administration has dramatically delayed DACA processing. My office has heard from Minnesotans who are filing renewals up to 150 days, months in advance, as recommended by the federal government, by USCIS. And they are still losing their protections solely due to delayed processing and the chaos, not due to the fact that they have jobs, that they work as nurses, that they are in the military, that they work in public safety. No, nothing about them, nothing about their backgrounds, nothing about their jobs, that we need them to perform badly in our economy solely because the Trump administration can't get its act together or is messing around with them. Well, when they mess around with them, with those over 800,000 people who are contributing to the United States, with all those people who are part of our economy, they mess around with us. They mess around with our country. The Trump Justice Department, in an immigration court decision, further undermined protections by holding that DACA status does not protect people from removal proceedings. During Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota, we not only saw multiple hundreds of constitutional violations, but also DHS carrying people who have followed the rules from their loved ones. In January in Minnesota, ICE arrested Jorge Cordoba Hernandez at 4:30 a.m. without a warrant when he was on his way to work for a manufacturer in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. By 10 p.m., he was on a plane to a detention facility in New Mexico, and he was held without bond. Jorge was brought to the U.S. when he was 8 years old and has been in DACA for 13 years. Passed the test, did everything right. When arrested, he had applied to extend his DACA, like so many of my other constituents who have been on DACA for years and are working. Well, he had applied to extend his DACA, and he was scheduled for a biometrics appointment. He is married to an American citizen, has 4 children, 2 of whom have disabilities. He has no criminal record. While he awaits his DACA removal, and by the way, a renewal, here's a guy, like as I said, was on his way to work, where he's working in a good job, paying taxes, married to an American citizen, has 4 kids, 2 with disabilities, just simply waiting for the Trump administration to do the paperwork. He gets arrested and sent to New Mexico. While he awaits his renewal, now released, which is delayed because of the backlog at DHS, he is only out of detention because a Trump-appointed federal judge did his job and granted his habeas petition. He's not out of detention because the Trump administration realized that it had made a mistake. He's not out of detention because he never should have been put there in the first place by them. He's out of detention because someone applied the law, and that happened to be a Trump-appointed judge who knew better than the president that appointed him that you follow the rules in America, that you follow the law. And it's not just Dreamers and their families and neighbors who will suffer from terminating DACA. It is also our economy. If DACA was ended, it's estimated we would lose roughly 440,000 workers, including 37,000 healthcare professionals. Are you kidding me? When we have such a shortage of people working in healthcare and working in our nursing homes, such a shortage. So you're going to take away people who are legally working because simply you just want to make some political point or you don't want to get the paperwork done? 17,000 STEM professionals we will lose, 17,000 educators. The loss of this talent would cost the U.S. economy an estimated $648 billion. We cannot afford to shut out the world's talent or drive away those who call our country home, because immigrants are truly a major economic driver across our country. Almost half of America's Fortune 500 companies were started by people born in other countries or their kids. And 30% of our countries, the United States of America's Nobel laureates, were born abroad. It is a time, as Senator Durbin has made clear, for the USCIS to expeditiously process all applications for deferred action for childhood arrivals and provide protection for Dreamers. Mr. President, we're just weeks away from celebrating America's 250th birthday, when a nation was born out of the dream for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A nation born of immigrants. People like my grandpa, who came in through Ellis Island and they had a limit on Swiss immigrants, and then he somehow found his way through Canada, but then stayed there for about a week and then got his way through Michigan and into Wisconsin. And when during World War II, finally they made everyone register, even though he was married to an American citizen. My grandma was also an immigrant, and that's when they discovered he had kind of come in twice, and they had his hearing, and they looked at him, hardworking guy with 2 kids, married to a U.S. citizen, and he said, that's fine, and they gave him his citizenship. That's not what this administration is doing. This administration is looking at hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that they are just holding up. Not just holding up their dream, holding up our dreams for anyone who wants to send their mom to a nursing home to find out if they got enough staff, or to go into an emergency room in the middle of the night and figure out if there was staff there. No, passing the DREAM Act is the right thing to do, but making sure that in this very moment, we treat these people with the respect that they deserve and get these forms processed and make sure they can continue working as functioning members of our economy is the most important for now. Immigrant families, including Dreamers, they don't diminish America. They define America. They strengthen America. They are America. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I'm joining my colleagues on the Senate floor because today marks the 14th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program that we all commonly know as DACA. And when it was created by President Obama back in 2012, the purpose of this program was to protect people who came to the United States as children. But President Obama made clear that legislation was also needed. He knew that Congress needed to pass legislation to give dreamers a path to citizenship along with DACA. There was bipartisan support for it, but unfortunately, since that time, petty politics keep getting in the way. And it's having real-life consequences on this country, on families, and on individuals and businesses. And because we are unable to work in a bipartisan way just to put dreamers and their families on a pathway to citizenship, we're here to talk about a program, DACA, that is important for us to keep in mind why we strive not only to continue this program, to fight for these families. DACA has become a lifeline for hard-working, inspiring young people who have only ever known this country as their home. And make no mistake, DACA is not given out freely. You just heard my colleague from Minnesota talk about this. DACA recipients, these applicants, undergo intense background checks. And every 2 years, they have to renew their status and go through another scrutinizing background check. For the past 14 years, DACA has worked as intended. It has allowed thousands of young people to obtain work permits. And critical protections for deportations are associated with this program because these kids who have only known this country and play by the rules and follow the law and just want to go to school and be a part of our workforce and raise their families here, they want an education. They want to build their careers and their lives in the United States. DACA program has been an overwhelming benefit to our country. 99% of the DACA recipients who started the program in 2012 completed high school and got their diplomas. Almost every single one. That's the kind of dedication you find in Dreamers. Additionally, more than 90% of DACA recipients over the age of 25 are participating in our workforce. They're building families, they're working hard, and they're paying more than $2 billion in state and local taxes. And they love this country. They feel as American as every member of this chamber. Yet over the past 14 years, they have endured attack after attack and been made into pawns by too many politicians. Even still, through it all, I have to tell you, they're thriving and they're building an American dream. And that's all they're asking from us, is to allow them to continue to do so. But right now, our country is breaking its promise to them. You know, like my colleague Dick Durbin, senior senator from Illinois, who has done an incredible job fighting for our dreamers and their families. I watch him as he comes to the floor. I've watched him as he's talked about dreamers and their families and the fight. And I think it's important we keep our voices loud and proud about who they are in our communities. I, too, have stood here on the Senate floor multiple times now over the course of the last several months to talk about this. This administration is intentionally delaying DACA renewals so DACA recipients go unprotected. Let me just say that one more time. I get these calls into my office. I know the DACA recipients and dreamers in my state. I hear from them all the time. This administration is intentionally delaying DACA renewals so DACA recipients go unprotected. How do I know that? Because I know DACA recipients have told me in my state they have been applying months ahead of their 2-year deadlines. Months ahead of that 2-year deadlines. But for many, that's still not enough time before their status expires. This expiration and this delay of approving their application, it's all part of this administration's plan to attack and undermine immigration and these DACA recipients. Now, I want to be clear about something. We all agree that we need strong border security and that criminals need to face justice. Listen, I've spent my career doing just that. There's no question about it. But instead of focusing on the worst of the worst, like President Trump promised to do, he and Stephen Miller are directing federal immigration enforcement to go after DACA recipients, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers with absolutely no criminal record. Why? Because they had the audacity to be brought here as children. Because they've only ever known this country as their home. Why, instead of going after actual criminals, is this administration focused on young men and women who are woven into the fabric of their communities? I think I know why. It's because DACA recipients look a little different or sound a little different from what the Trump administration has decided are real Americans and what they should sound like and look like. It's because DACA recipients' shining successes prove that immigrants are actually a benefit to the United States, not a detriment, as this administration would have you believe. The actions of this administration to delay DACA renewals are about as un-American as you can get. I've been hearing and sharing stories of DACA recipients who have struggled with these delays, but I don't think people really understand the toll this is taking on thousands of families across the country. When someone's DACA status expires, they lose their work permit. Some workers are placed on leave until their status gets renewed, but some permanently lose their jobs. That means a source of income a family relies on is now gone. That's why they apply for the renewal months in advance, so they can continue to go to their job, so they can continue to pay taxes, be a part of our community, pay rent, and they believe in that community. If they had U.S. citizen children, critical support for them now is gone because of the delays by this administration. If they had employer-sponsored health care, now that's gone too. And if they didn't, then health care is even harder to afford for them because they lost their work permit. And the only thing they did was have the audacity to apply for a renewal months in advance. It is now more difficult for them to take care of disabled, elderly, or sick relatives. Not to mention, there's the constant threat of being sent away from their family to a country they've never known, hanging over their heads. That's all piled on top of the enormously high costs of grocery, gas, electricity, and healthcare all Americans are experiencing under this administration. So imagine being a DACA recipient who has lived your whole life in this country, except for a few years when you were a baby. For over a decade, your government has told you that if you play by the rules and you contribute, you'll be able to work and be protected from deportation. So you go to school, you get a job, you play by the rules, you follow the law, you meet someone, you settle down, and you start a family like any American would do. And then your government, the same one you support with your hard-earned tax dollars, turns on you. Well, I don't know about all of you, but that is just unacceptable to me. DACA recipients are not the only ones being punished. These delays are hurting our businesses and our communities as well. Can't stress that enough. This administration thinks they're going after these individuals, and they want to deport them. But it's not individual DACA recipients and their families that are suffering. It is our businesses and our communities as well. A police chief in California was here in Washington last month to talk to us about how delays in DACA renewals are hurting his police department. One of his officers was recently unable to work for a while he waited for his renewal application to process. Local law enforcement is already stretched thin, so you should know this. Now this administration is even making it worse. Small businesses, retailers, construction companies, they're all losing their employees they depend on it. How do I know? Because I hear from my small businesses in Nevada about this very issue. Approximately 37,000 healthcare workers are DACA recipients. Now, if they can't go to their job, what do you think that does to our healthcare industry that's already stretched because of the policies of this administration? Hurting DACA recipients is hurting our country. It is more important than ever that we recognize the fact that in light of the upcoming celebrations for America's 250th birthday, we have to recognize our contributions and our service to the members in our country who are a big part of it. Our 250th anniversary is a critical reminder that our great nation only exists because of immigrants. We all have a story. We all have it. Every single one of us. I do. My grandfather came from Chihuahua, Mexico. Came into the United States, served in our military, and became a United States citizen. I have a great-grandfather who came from Ellis Island from Italy. Ended up in Kansas City, Missouri, of all places, raising his family where my mother was born. We all have this story. That's what makes this country so great. That's why people come here. And it should be that, yes, if you want to come to a country, you want to follow the rules, you want to follow the rules, you want to follow the law, work hard, you should be able to come here and get ahead. That's a country I know and love. And to lose sight of that is to spit on everything our country stands for. Declaration of Independence was written because immigrants and sons of immigrants, daughters of immigrants, grandsons, granddaughters of immigrants came together to escape tyranny and live their lives freely. Every time I walk on the floor of the Senate, I think about my grandfather and my great-grandfather coming to this country. If they would have ever thought that one day they would have a granddaughter or great-granddaughter that would walk on the floor of the United States Senate representing this country. Really beyond what they could have ever dreamed for. But they had hoped. They had hoped for a life better for their children and grandchildren. And DACA recipients are asking for the same freedoms and opportunities that our founding fathers envisioned for this country 250 years ago. And I will say, Mr. President, it is time we stand with them. It is time we do right. And we recognize the importance of those words in our Constitution, what our founding fathers stood for, how we stood on shoulders of others to get here, and those shoulders were immigrants. We don't pull up the ladder behind us, but we make sure everybody has an opportunity to be a part of this beautiful country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to join my colleagues this afternoon in celebrating the Deferred Action for Children Arrivals, or DACA program, and its absolutely historic impact on our country, but also to mourn and to express outrage at the all-out assault launched against this program by the Trump administration. The point of it, once again, seems to be cruelty, purposeful, relentless cruelty, which we've seen in the implementation of immigration practices in so many different ways by this administration. Just this morning, literally this morning, I participated in the announcement of a lawsuit against the government by a woman who was seized from her car taking her children to school a year ago, leaving her children unattended in the car, shackled, sent to a detention center, and then summarily deported without even a shred of due process. And
she is suing the United States government because she is still in Mexico, separated from her two young children, at the time 13 and 8 years old, as well as her husband. She was on the screen today from Mexico, heartbreaking, as her two children listened to her in the Yale Law School conference room where the lawsuit was announced. This kind of cruelty should have no place in our great country. I don't recognize the America that separates a mother from her children without any reason. She has no criminal record. She's been in this country for 15 years. Her two children are American citizens because they were born here. Cruelty and stupidity. DACA, since its creation 14 years ago, has transformed the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people. People who came to this country as infants or young children. And it's given them the opportunity to work, to contribute, to educate, support their families, contribute to this great country. There are nurses, our doctors, our engineers. They've strengthened America. DACA has strengthened America. In Connecticut alone, numerous DACA recipients actively contribute to our economy and enrich our communities. And yet, despite the enormous, obvious, indisputable benefits of this program, the Trump administration has declared war on DACA. Again, the point seems to be cruelty. The administration has slow-walked DACA renewals. They've purposely allowed Dreamers work authorizations to expire through no fault of their own, cruelty and stupidity, because they are harming the employers who depend on those DACA workers and the skills that they bring to jobs every day. The Department of Education has investigated 5 universities that offer financial help to DACA recipients. What purpose does it serve to punish universities for developing talent that will then serve our country? In the latest affront to legal protections, the Board of Immigration Appeals has ruled that DACA status alone will not shield Dreamers from deportation, despite the fact that DACA is a mechanism of deferred action. I mentioned the title in the first sentence of my remarks here. Deferred action for childhood arrivals, because the point is action is deferred. And now the administration is defying the law and common sense in this policy of stupidity and cruelty. As a result of these illegal policy changes, DACA recipients have not only lost their sense of safety and security, but in some cases their freedom and their place in this country. It's the only place they call home. English is the only language many of them speak. And we are depriving them of that sense of home and security and safety. I'll just give you one example. Jose in Connecticut. He's a DACA recipient. He came to Connecticut from Mexico when he was young. Thanks to DACA, he was able to put himself through college while working full-time, and he built a successful career at a Fortune 500 company. He's worked there for 12 years. And now, because of the Trump administration's efforts to delay renewal requests at USCIS, Jose's DACA status and his work permit have not been renewed, no fault of his own. Jose lost the job. He lost that job that he held for 12 years, and today he's struggling to pay his bills. He faces eviction. What purpose does it serve to drive him into financial peril and even bankruptcy, to deprive his employer of his skills, to, in effect, make him homeless? President Trump's treatment of DACA recipients is the latest failure of his promise that his immigration efforts would focus on the worst of the worst. Americans like the idea of deporting dangerous criminals, people who've been convicted of crime. Not Nancy Martinez, who was separated from her children as she took them to work in her car, having committed no crime. Not Jose, who is the opposite of the worst, a productive member of our society doing good work at a good corporation over 12 years. These DACA recipients, like Jose, are far from the worst of the worst. They're our neighbors, coworkers, classmates, and friends. They are some of the best, not the worst of us. We're not talking here about securing our borders. We're not talking about deporting dangerous criminals. We're talking about rolling back and reversing progress that's been made on behalf of young people who are here through no choice of their own. They were brought here, and they call America home because it is their home. I call on the Trump administration to resume prompt review of renewal applications and halt unlawful detention and deportation of DACA recipients. I'm under no illusions that my calling on it to do so is going to automatically have an effect on this cruel and stupid set of policies and practices. But I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will heed this peril, this danger to America, and that they will come together with us and say on a bipartisan basis, an assault on DACA makes no sense for America. It is not the America that we recognize. And as we approach our 250th anniversary, we have an opportunity to reflect on who we are, and equally important, who we aspire to be. Who do we want to be? That has always been America. It isn't only about what America's done or who we are today. America is an idea, an aspiration, and a future. DACA recipients embody the values that we celebrate as America: hard work, resilience, commitment to our country, and to building a better America. Let's provide dreamers with the respect and dignity and future they have earned. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, I'm honored to join my colleagues here today. I appreciate Senator Durbin's leadership in bringing us all together, because today is truly an important day for hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children across America. It was 14 years ago today that President Obama took action to memorialize an important truth, that young people who were brought to the United States as young children through no choice of their own who have grown up in our communities, who have attended our local schools, many graduating at the top of their class from high school as valedictorians, and who know no other home but the United States, that they deserve an opportunity to continue to be part of this country, free of the fear of being deported for a decision they had no say in. 14 years ago, the United States government made that promise that if they came forward, passed a background check, followed the rules, did everything that we asked of them, that they could stay here and pursue their dreams in the country, the only country that they've ever known. And hundreds of thousands of brave young people did exactly that. Now, to be clear, DACA was never intended to be a permanent solution. It was meant to be a temporary stopgap until Congress took action by passing the DREAM Act, or ideally, modernizing our immigration system as a whole. Yet here we are, 14 years later, still having the same debate about these young people and their future. Because while the hundreds of thousands of DACA recipients kept their promise, they did their part, Congress has repeatedly failed to do ours. And now these individuals who were young children back then, when this program began, are now adults with careers and families of their own. They're even more deeply ingrained in our communities and our country than they were 14 years ago. There are over 530,000 people enrolled in DACA today, somewhere between 140,000 or 150,000 of them in my home state of California alone. Mr. President, listen to this. The average DACA recipient is 33 years old now. The average DACA recipient has lived in the United States for 27 years. They're not recent arrivals. They're our friends and neighbors, our family members, our loved ones. They've grown up to be teachers and nurses, caregivers, lawyers, small business owners. We'd call them model citizens if we would allow them to become citizens, but they're model nonetheless. 87% of them are gainfully employed, and collectively they contribute $17 billion to the American economy. That ought to be celebrated, not shunned for political purposes. About 1 in 3 are married, and roughly 240,000 United States citizen children live with at least one parent who is a DACA recipient. They're among the people being targeted now by an administration claiming to be only going after the worst of the worst. Not only are they being swept up in the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign, many are now facing extraordinary months-long delays when trying to renew their DACA and work authorization. Delays are having real impacts with real consequences as this administration seemingly tries to undermine this program. And on this anniversary of the DACA program, I want to share a couple of stories of DACA recipients in my home state. 25-year-old Maria Fernanda Hernandez has been a DACA recipient since she was 15 years old. Thanks to DACA, Maria was able to attend college, earn a bachelor's degree in psychology, and find a full-time job as a project manager at a market research company. But Maria recently had to take a leave from her job, as many others, because even though she submitted her application on time back in January, it still hasn't even been reviewed by USCIS, nearly 6 months later. And in the months that she's been forced to wait, Maria's DACA and the work permit that went along with it expired. If that wasn't bad enough, her father's been battling a number of health issues over the last year. He spent months in the hospital and at one point had to have his legs amputated. I mention this because Maria was doing as much as she possibly could to help support her parents financially during all of this. But now, with her renewal stuck in limbo, Maria can no longer work or help her parents at a time that they need her the most. Teresa, another DACA recipient who came to this country as a very young child. Teresa worked hard, got a good education, and built an impressive career, not just as a nurse, as an award-winning nurse at one of Los Angeles County's largest hospitals. And like Maria and so many others, Teresa filed her renewal application on time. Yet months later, despite repeated outreach to USCIS, she still hasn't received any updates. And because of those delays, Teresa's work authorization has expired, and she's facing the possibility of losing the career she worked so hard to build, because she's not able to provide her employer the necessary documents to keep working. That's what these cruel delays have caused. Jose Morales Perez is 32 years old. He's lived in Los Angeles most of his life, ever since coming from Tijuana as a young child. He attended local schools, eventually graduating from Garfield High School in East Los Angeles, and later attending Glendale Community College. Jose's built a life here. He's worked a steady job. He started a family. He helps care for his mother, whose diabetes complications have left her unable to walk. Jose was up for a promotion at work earlier this year. And instead of celebrating that promotion, he's lost his job when his DACA expired while waiting for the administration to process his renewal application. And now his family's struggling to make ends meet, to the point where they're now pawning family heirlooms just for a little bit more cash to continue to scrape by. Maria, Teresa, Jose, these and thousands of others just like them are the people that we're talking about when we discuss and debate DACA. People who followed the rules, did everything that we asked of them. The only choice that they ever made was to trust the United States government when the government made them the promise that if they came forward, that they would not be punished for doing the right thing. And that promise is being broken today by the Trump administration. These men and women that I'm talking about, not just the three that I mentioned, all of them deserve better. They deserve certainty. They and all dreamers like them deserve the opportunity to continue contributing to their communities and to our country. They deserve the chance to become full-fledged members of this country, their country, our country, the only country that they've ever known, that they've given so much of their talent and so much of their leadership to each and every day. Colleagues, 14 years after the creation of DACA, it is past time that we finally do what's right by the hundreds of thousands of DACA recipients and dreamers who've already proven their commitment to this country. They kept their promise, and now it's time for Congress to keep ours. It's finally time to pass the DREAM Act. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
President,
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
the Republican leader said that we would continue in session so long as there were Democrats to speak. To my knowledge, there are no additional Democrats. I want to thank you and the staff and the pages for this extra time this evening.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.